game is audible. It's good to see, good to hear, good to have. Alright, and it works. I think I can check out something else in just a second. Earlier, I had done a little bit of having a little bit of fun chasing. Or is it? Is this possible? Let's see. Image file. Oh, and it did work. But look at that. Let's do a little throw on a filter. Or is it? Alright, now he's gotta fix everything real quick. Perfect. Now this can go right here. We can hide you now, and then scale this up properly. Hello. I might need to remove bottom, but that we can worry about later. Yeah, I threw this together in about 30 seconds. That's a lie. I'm planning on splitting. I do plan on splitting the screen, which will be fun. I know what I have to fix though. I mean, unless it doesn't seem to be too much of a. I doubt anybody needs to see how much health I have, right? Really, like that much. But I mean, obviously, as a keyboard, I'm back. Although, fun combat and exploration, fully enjoy the story. Um, da dynamically adjust damage multipliers. Sure, why not? Want me to adjust my charge? That's good. Cast. Foul tarnish. And then it's. What are these? I did change a couple of the settings for startup. I recognize, but I do not know the name. Such a long pipe. How does anybody smoke that properly? Schwan Schwan, that's their name. My name is Yi. I've not paid attention to like anything from any of the times that I've watched anybody play. Yi, I knew you were here. I could smell you cooking from way out there. It's like dead fish. Snacking on grilled fish again, are you? Aren't you excited for dinner tonight? The auntie next door taught me how to make garlic noodles yesterday. I won't mess up this time. Just told her we'll be seasoned normally. What? I don't... I guess I'll have it all to myself then. Did you come running to me just to talk about dinner? Oh right, the flower. Oh, you can just climb with ledges. Oh. Secrets. Drop off. Climb, alright. Finish your forward. Dead person's note. I found the exit, but there's no way to go back now. This messy note seems like the last words of the deceased before they passed away. Very sad. Why is that my concern? I need to change that. Zumi should not be my concern. Repeating. Ah, see. Camp scrolling. Schwan Schwan's story scroll. One day, the normal swordsman passed by a stone. Suddenly, someone jumped out from the stone. It turned out to be a great hero. The handwriting was quite neat for something written by a child. In the bottom left corner, there was a note stating that this is the 63rd episode. Is that something that we can uncover as time passes? Huh? I thought there'd be some in the Forbidden Cave, but I haven't seen a single one. Or are you Crimson Hibiscus? A Crimson Hibiscus? Is that the flower you've been fussing about? Those... aren't they poisonous if eaten raw? Yeah, that's the flower they use for the ceremony. According to the shaman, the bigger the flower... There's one right up there. No child is getting that. Wow, you're right. But I'm not sure I can even climb up that high. It's a hog. That's not a hog. What is that? What's the tail? Hey, hold on. How did a boar get all the way up there? Oh, it's a boar. I don't think I've ever seen a boar with tails like that, though. But they need the flower. Get on with this. Aww, let's slash the flower away. Oh well, it probably needs it more than I do. Ah! It's about to get dark. Let's head back to the village. I'll go and look somewhere else next time. I did not read that. I'll get the flower for you. Huh? It's fine. You really don't have to. And you're really gonna go get it? Okay. I'll wait here for you. Be careful not to get hurt. I think everybody gets a good art style from here. No real physics. What did that say? Never press to use the grab on how to. Alright. There's something very fun about that. E to interact. I have. Does it limit my heals? Yes, it does. I just wasted them both. This is good news. Oh, to see my can die. Yeah, their fairy timing's not too bad. I also can't tell if those are perfect fairies or not, but it should be fine. It's a boar! Get over here. Can you not run? Crimson Viscus. These flowers that appear around the Peach Blossom Village are used by villagers as a decoration during the ceremony. Legend has it that harvest will be bountiful if the ceremony is successful. While that hasn't been proven, everyone still gets more food after the ceremony. That's fair. Who doesn't like it? I would assume I can't destroy this. What are my controls again? I forget. I had my parry, arrow, focus, arrow, and one. I don't know what a mystic whip is. Shoot, arrow, attack, interact, both, and then I don't have anything. So it's Q, E, C, and X. I have acquired a plan. I hope you didn't get hurt. That row was huge. Don't push yourself too hard. It was only a year ago when you still needed my help to walk, remember? Here. Wow, you really got it back from me. That's even prettier up close. Even time, even the flowers blows. He's so real. That's okay. At least we're here to see it, even if it won't be for long. I don't really see the meaning behind all this. Ha! But you still went out of your way to help me achieve it. Thanks, Yi. We should head back. We'll be in trouble if they find us here. He has a hat now? Why does he have a hat? Wow, this festival market is so lively. Look, every house but us dried meat, and someone's even brewing wine. We've had bountiful harvests for 2 years in a row since you've arrived. You've pretty much become the village's official good luck charm. They're just coincidences. I thought he called him a god. Everybody worships him. Aw, don't say that. When you helped the elders with the rat infestation, we were all talking about how fortunate we are to have you around. Did they... What's the right word? Did you turn him into sashimi? What's going on? Also, praise be to the souls for blessing the Peach Blossom Village and ensuring that we are all fed and clothed. There's nothing else I need to do. I'm going back to dry the fish. Stay for a bit. You should take the chance to check out the stalls and mingle with everyone. Leave the fish to me. Catch you later. Is he talking about the other fish? There's a man. With sunrise's grace comes sunset's hot sigh. Every day a cherished sky. Schwan has been buzzing with energy as of late. I know, right? Remember how glum he used to look when his parents left? Oh, he's an old man. Maybe get more text. Like, with the guy he hangs around with, he's a bit of an oddball. That's it? Alright. Shaman, in the old days, when our ancestors lived in the Hashimoto's. I'd had to endure the bitter cold and the onslaught of savage warriors. Unable to bear watching his humans suffer, the 10 merciful souls descended from the heavens. Oh, I think I understand why they call it 9 souls. At first, some were ignorant and raised them swords towards the souls. Those fools were met with divine wrath, and bones were ground to dust. So are we the 10th soul? Those who were pious and reverent to follow the souls to a land outside the 99 heavens, a paradise where everyone is.
Teyu.
The all-knowing and all-powerful souls bestowed their wisdom upon us, teaching about the truth of all things. When the peaches ripen for harvest, the souls will select several of us for a great privilege. Those fortunate enough to be chosen will live the rest of their lives among the divine souls. So be good children, listen, follow, and believe, and you may also be chosen one day. So will I. Divine souls above, I humbly ask that you heed my request. This is who are you? Shanong. What? What the hell are you looking at? Beat it. I don't want any part in this dumb festival. I didn't say anything. Trust me, that look in your eyes told me what. Ha! Curse this damn ceremony. One day I'll show everyone what it's really. Never mind, you wouldn't get it. Character bio? Shenong, a brawny man from Peach Blossom Village. He's a conspiracy theorist who harbors numerous talented weaknesses toward the world he inhabits. Schwanschwan, a little boy from Peach Blossom Village. He began living with me after his parents left. Did they die, or did they just leave? Schwanschwan is easygoing and curious about everything new. His hobby is writing martial arts stories. Mysterious Fengshi, why horror farming? Jin, an indispensable metallic material for all Solarian technologies. It is the great ideal material for object printing and an excellent conductor of rhizomatic energy. Jin mining expanded greatly during periods of war, leading to several ecological disasters. It is presently a precious and rare material on Newfoundland. And a medicine pipe. A medicinal pipe appears with them that was crafted by the outstanding craftsman of the Queen. This one puff would quickly alleviate any What? It's magic. I have no map. Oh, that's what that was. 2 uses of a medicine pipe. Spell. Oh, and the dashboard and evade enemy attacks, also effective for evading crimson attacks and lasers. Key blast. Do I not have that? Oh no, I do, yeah. So these are defaults. Parry, triple slash. I'm gonna check those out later. All this nonsense is making my mind go sour. Last year, my daughter was one of the lucky few to be chosen. What's she got in her hand? What a blessing. I wonder what it's like to live with the gods. What is that? What is that in her hand? I bet it's amazing. Pity no one ever comes back to tell us about it. And a Schwanschwan.
No silent.
You're back! Did you see anything interesting? I cleaned up that crimson hibiscus you got me earlier. I'm gonna sew it onto my clothes later. It's not a rule, but those who are chosen usually wear a flower. It makes you look a lot cooler when standing up there. Is this something to be happy about?
Hmm.
Of course, I'll be seeing my mom and dad soon. I wonder if they'll notice that I've grown taller. Let's head inside. I'm hungry. Soup. Good soup.
Hmm.
Yi, I'll be leaving in a few days. Will you make sure to eat properly when you're on your own? Remember, the rice is stored in the bin and the fruit on the table should be eaten before it dries out. Stop worrying.
Ayo.
Well, don't forget, okay? I probably won't be able to send letters back to you once I'm living with the souls now. It's sad to think I won't have anyone to bicker with anymore. Aren't you scared? I'm going somewhere I've never been before. Of course I'm a bit scared. If you're scared, then don't go.
Huh?
I have to. Being chosen by the souls is a blessing. Besides, I've always had this feeling that one day I'd have to part ways with you. Nothing is predetermined. You make your own destiny. Don't get caught up in superstition.
Hmm.
You might be right, but parting isn't necessarily a bad thing. I ran to the Forbidden Cave for the first time when Mom and Dad left. That's where I met you. Who would have thought that playing a flute would make someone pop out of that stone? You say so. But since I'm leaving soon, can you grant me one request before the ceremony? What is it? That story you were telling me about the man fighting the flood. Tell me how it ends. Did he make it home? He didn't die, did he? Okay. Where did we leave off? He journeyed over mountains and rivers. Do we actually get the story? Peach Blossom Village, the night of the ceremony. And everyone's dead. Lord Yi, greetings from your humble servant. I was afraid you would lose track of time, so I called to remind you. If you skip out on tonight, you'll have to wait another 2 years for the next harvest. No. I was a security at the APMAT facility.
Okay.
The system indicates that they are currently on low alert status. There are only a handful of guards on patrol. Please excuse my concern, but if the alarms are triggered, the situation may become untenable. By the way, you have your mystic nymph on you. I have it with me, but it won't fly. Only parts of it are in working order. It's been too long since I recharged it. That is a pity. If you had enough power, you could make use of the mystic nymph's scout mode for reconnaissance. Your body has just made a full recovery, after all, so it might be best not to throw caution to the wind. It wouldn't be too hard to just leave a trail of bloodshed. Certainly, your humble servant has never doubted your martial prowess, Lord.
Okay.
Proceed as you wish, and may fortune favor you. It's the old man.
Where?
Hey, freak. Finally showing your true colors, eh? I can see everything you were doing. You think you can fool me? That stupid hat? And do you take me for one of those morons over there? When a man talks to himself, is he not talking to those who are watching? Watching? Don't think I haven't noticed. I've been seeing those bizarre statues glow in the middle of the night. Whenever I cover them up with cloth, a mysterious wind blows them away.
인천항구.
I knew the truth from the very beginning. Those statues are possessed by demons. Demons don't exist. They're merely the delusions of
Where?
Shalong Festi. Agreed. Demons are afoot, and that's that. They're the kind that eats people too. Or they're just people in the background. This place isn't a paradise. There are no gods, and I sure as hell do know who came up with all that mumbo jumbo and you admit it. You probably know a thing or two about all this. It's very doubtful. It's an unbeliever. Fine. Keep your secrets. I'll prove that I'm right in front of everyone's faces one day. Don't bother me again. What? Oh, where else do we go? I can't dash. I'm subject to left and right movement. Wow, firecrackers. I'm so glad kids are smart. What? Shinnok shows an active imagination. All that loneliness made him go get what is this? Alright. What? Those that are chosen can go live with the gods. This guy, my favorite. I love him. The peach trees have blossomed beautifully this year. Thank the gods for blessing our peach blossom village. Oh, and I'm just gone. Recognize the voice when he was alt-tab. Is he just supposed to be a grumbly old man? What is this?
저희
The shaman of Peach Blossom Village hereby receives your decree. Like the spirit calling bell from the hit game Elden Ring Night. What? So was he just died? Was he not worthy? I'm so confused. Are we being free? I don't think this is... They talk about being chosen. I don't... Something here ain't seem right.
必孙，K 领导真。
Thank you for taking care of me this past 2 years, Eve. Time for me to go. Something about this doesn't seem right. I'm gonna be so honest. Yes, become chosen by the gods, as in you are now God. You can just put a button on there, right? Oh gods, spares from the rat.
必孙，
What's happening? Eve? A lie? But you're the only family I have left. Wait, I don't understand. What was that? Why are you... Wait, where are you going, you? Oh my god. It's... Oh, never mind. Why is it... What? I'm crazy at this. I just... What? Oh yeah. Root mode, what's my status? 4. Okay, I am lower class. The pairing is not that hard to remove. I say that now, and I'm gonna get pummeled the next way.
Dang it.
Meat. Ball of meat. Bloody crimson hibiscus. A crimson hibiscus soaked with a religious blood. Ape-men are harvested at regular intervals in the livestock period. Their bodies are then dismembered and sorted. Flowers and clothes are usually mixed with the rest of the spots and disposed of. They're called ape-men. Can I get another? Can I get another? Will it only give me so many? Why are they jelly? How long? Can I just do this? It gives me 2, but can I do this indefinitely? Ah, sorry. Okay, so you actually have to hold it. What? You're getting turned into forces. Okay, was it as I proceed to not bury anything? Those are destructible. Fun play. Yes, I remember that. Oh. How does the talisman work, though? I would like to know how that works. Hold down to generate an explosive by charging a talisman that charges. Internal damage of an impact talisman explosions convert all internal damage into... Okay, so I can just stat this one. So I wonder what, like, off-rip, I wonder what the possible first, like, the capability is for this game. Yeah, never attack when you want them to. I was looking at that. I'm just waiting. Are you actually like, are they gonna look at me? Are they gonna attack me? What's going on? Back shots. 8-men surveillance footage. 8-men are capable of abstract thinking even prior to undergoing transmutation. Individuals that reject group living often exhibit violent behavior. Caution is advised when doing it. 8-men originate from the Pale Blue planet, which was first discovered in a deep space observation report by Ocean Sphere. They are all of the extremely few highly intelligent life forms in the Celestials. I think you're patting down if you would want to. But, check everything. One thing that warning, unusual activity detected. Perimeter breach by living organisms detected. Is the old dude in here? We are in trouble, my lord. The destruction of the harvester earlier triggered a system-wide alert. To make matters worse, the 9 souls would not be awakened even earlier. Doesn't matter. My actions were bound to draw attention sooner or later. I prepared for the worst. Supposing that is true, why, and did you intervene so early? That wasn't part of the plan. Was it for that 8-man child? Don't question my judgment, just do your job. Of course, please forgive my apprehension. It is just that all of our calculations have been thrown into disarray. In any case, please reach the predetermined safe zone as quickly as possible. Exercise caution above all else. Yee's internal damage, it did not let me reach that fast enough. Do I have any skill active? I do not. Bullet deflect. Ooh. Alright. I want you to do this. That's fun. Can I do that more? Am I not allowed to? Back bounties. That was just. Oh, that was such an easy save through. I love it when they attack off rip and then not attack. It's the set. You just now got the push up on my phone? Oh, that's incredible. Hello! I love fairy diamonds in this game. There's something so fun about it. Oh, and it blows him up on a map. This game is very fun. No contraband? Alright. The Roomba animation is very nice. What does this do? I've noticed that you can also use the glass as a very much better guy. Movement tag. I love movement tag. This game's AI makes no sense whatsoever. What was that? Oh. I cannot use this. I'm very sad. Chair? Oh. It's the Morda of... Oh wait, no, that's the Renaissance. I like that. Stasis Jade. Attaching a talisman will temporarily immobilize that enemy. Time immobilize will vary depending on the enemy. Simple enough. It won't let me through. What? Oh. Onwards to adventure. Tiandao Council Recruitment Slogan. Your first step into the Eternal. As the Tianhao catastrophe spread, the formula secretive organization known as the Tiandao Council emerged into the open. They recruited technical personnel for the Eternal Cauldron Project, which motivational slogans and invited the general public to ascend to Moot Canyon. Finland, Finland. A new path to survival. This brought a glimmer of hope to Penblai, his name, which had already plunged into doomsday panic. Big tree. What's your name again? Rue. My lord. I sense that you have made it safely to the council district. My ways were indeed unwarranted. Rosong seems to be flourishing more than ever. Quite spectacular, isn't it? The caretaker of all Solarians has never stopped growing since your departure. What impact will this have?
Okay.
Rest assured, all impacts rest within acceptable range of possibilities. That being said, this only further demonstrates the perfection of the mechanism we designed. The roots are very invested to their current environment. None of that matters anymore. So long as it doesn't get in the way. I have to reach the council code at the root pinnacle so that we can build order and punish those criminals.
单车。
Oh man, I'm so sorry, bro. Thank you, Automon Destroyer. Forgive my impotence, but access to the council group requires possession of all of the soul spheres. We'll need to snatch them from the other 9 souls. Oh my god, it's the title card of the king. We certainly will not give them up without a fight. If they have a problem with that, then I'll just shut them up for good. As you are probably aware, our calculations predict that will have a treacherous road to go
绑
down.
灾球。
But regardless, time is of the essence. Please make your way to the British Embassy in the city center. I like the route. It has outstanding cable management. New Kunlun Launch Memorial. Inscriptions in front of the statue. The Tiandao Legacy, New Kunlun Launch, memorial constructed in 1-year foundation. The Tiandao Council undertook the legacy with the legendary Feng Shi Leer and initiated the Eternal Cauldron project upon Kunlun Island, the place where he began his journey. New Kunlun would bid farewell to Ping Lai and lead Solarians towards a new era. Is there more? No. Huh. Hello, Crystal, are you awake? Really? That's annoying. I have access to whatever gases but to carry on the ground you must be facing the attack. Good to know. Crystal, are you okay? What? Was there an interactable? No. What is this? Activation failed. Mystic Nymph decryption required. Same thing. Would you like to go outside? Obtained fully charged Mystic Nymph. Press Q to activate scout modes. Use Zor Flyer, Mystic Nymph can perform reconnaissance and hack into remote terminals to unlock new paths. It is the ideal choice for exploring unknown environments. It was once limited due to its projecting function due to lack of power. It is now returned to full functionality. Oh, it doesn't. I can use this in the location from before. Alright, I guess I cannot equip the Mystic Nymph. gosh. Hey, Christian. Wanna come say hi? Christian. Oh, my baby. Oh. What?
奏营湾桥，
Welcome back. Sorry, I must entertain my dog really quick. Yeah. Hey, Bill. Would you like to go outside? Yes, outside? Okay, we go outside. Come on. It's gonna be a long session anyway. Might as well take a break. I am back. Or I never left. We now have Pop-Tarts and Nori. And this means that after tomorrow I will be going outside and either running or other form of exercise. Because I have ingested repetitive sugary foods. I already said this, I remember. Wait a minute, the dog might want to come and let me fix that. Yes. My bad. Switch. I've been waiting here for a long time. What are you? Did you lock the Mystic Nif's secret chamber? Ah, yes, that was the only thing I could do at the time. Why would you? The members of the council were deeply suspicious of you. All your belongings were destroyed after the incident. So he's a betrayer. I was also supposed to be wiped out, but fortunately, I was still deemed useful. My systems were throttled down. But that was all that happened to me. So they just don't like me, is what I understand. I didn't think they'd also go after you. The servant has suffered only a fraction of what his master would have had to endure. What's important is that you're alive. No, what's important is that what I'm about to do. Time is not on our side. We need to act fast.
乌卡，
As you wish, but first I need to make the safe zone a bit safer. Activating anti-detection fire. What? Establishing pathing interference in 3, 2... What? Can I turn it off?
信来，
Done. The alliance system of the Four Seasons Pavilion has been turned off, and its coordinates have been obfuscated. I forgot what that word was. As long as the interfering signal persists, your pursuers will not be able to find this place. From now on, you can use the facilities as you please. You are tired? You can rest here and safely enjoy the vigorous scenery. Proper rest is also an essential part of the plan, Hero. Many. I don't have that kind of spare time. Let's sleep in the port. I woke up. I've been sleeping 12 hours, almost daily, and I still feel tired. Understood. Next, we need to deal with the jade system in your body. It seems to be in a critical state. The repair process will involve severe pain. Please bear with me. I'm gonna get reformed. Repair completed. You remain very calm as always during the repair. You may now modify your jade system at any route node. Anything else to report?
Locate.
As I mentioned earlier, in order to gain control of Blue Kunlun, you must possess the seals that belong to each of the 9 souls. The souls are currently spread out, each responsible for monitoring and maintaining operations in their respective zones of Blue Kunlun. Can you pinpoint their locations? Please forgive my incompetence. I am afraid I do not have permission to access that data. The only thing we can be certain of is that due to your presence, the 9 souls will awaken one after the other. You must therefore reduce any risk by invading each of their zones in the shortest time possible. I know. My mouse. My mouse is... There is little I can do once we leave this facility, but I will do everything I can to assist you
官
along.
差弄提总，
Careful, and may fortune be ever in your favor. I have a J system. This is what I was looking for, G. There's something that I find to be incredibly fun about customizability in games. Have been repaired and being configured at any window. The system was developed by the ancient Feng Shi Guild whose combat inserting different jades unlocks extraordinary abilities for the user. It should be noted that an extensive jade system requires a great deal of computing. Abacus, okay. I love this game. What is? You made it. How did you make it in here?
李顺，
You. Phew. I finally caught up with you. Schwan Schwan?
嘿嘿，
This is no way I would miss out on a hero's quest. Stop fooling around. How did you get in here? Anong brought me here. He found a hole underneath the altar and wanted to check it out. I asked him to bring me along.
啊，
Nong? Do you mean that parachute Shanong? Yeah. On our way, we ran into a bunch of monsters in heavy armor. They were all swinging their swords around, and it was terrifying. There was this huge, glowing golden beetle, too. Wanong accidentally touched it, and he immediately jumped in pain. I also saw those terrible machines. Shouldn't be here. Like, you can talk. You ran away without explaining anything. What did you do at the ceremony? Where are we? Is this your old home? Or Shanong? You need to go straight back to the village with them.
报改，
No, I don't want to go back. You were the one who said I can make my own destiny. All I want is to stay with you. Aww. He's a child, no. I'll do anything. I'll even do all the cooking and cleaning. Please let me stay. I like this kid. You never heard? I guess we are the only family that he's not. Ever since his parents left. How? They say his parents left, but I wonder if that was for the reason of this ceremony or for different reasons. You can stay here for now as long as you promise not to step outside. We'll discuss this again after I'm done with my business.
嗯，
Are you trying to trick me again? You better not run away on your own. Don't worry. Just stay put. I've got nowhere else to return to anyways. Those reasons are so they can redact it.
可以，
I'm so glad that all the 9 soul streams that I had ended up sitting in on, I just did not pay attention. Okay, well, be careful out there. I'll stay here and wait for you. Here though, I just want to see what's possible with the Jades. That's what I want to see. These tooltips, they don't tell me anything. Oh, what? In like an hour or 40 minutes, you'll get to a place you can fight a boss early with a small skip. I don't know how when you get there. Yes, actually, I'm gonna be honest. Yes. It is the old man at the gate.
顽强，
Lear. Ah, it's you. We meet again, fellow disciple. I don't know you. You look familiar, though. Lear? Impossible. Our fates have been joined long before either of us have realized. Where am I? A limitless realm. I got put in a pocket dimension, where the forces of heaven and earth intersect with space-time and consciousness. You're not real. Either you're not real, or nothing about that. What can be deemed real among the myriad? What can be deemed false? You is confused. You create the space?
哦，
Yours truly does not possess that ability. I've studied Fusang for eons. I have a class soon, but I'll tab it every now and then. Alright. Books and school. Wait. I would assume it's a summer class. Correct me if I'm wrong, but seems like the only viable option. Yet, when faced with its multitude of obscure arts, my knowledge is still left waning. You also don't know how to leave? Stuck? That's hardly difficult. Realize what is natural and simply act on your thoughts. However, I do ask for a moment of your time. You lent me a hand many years ago, so I must not bring an end to our cycle of doubt. I said that I don't know you. This horn allows music to resonate with the song, enabling travel between the central and outer notes. This thing will take me back to Poison's Pavilion? I never knocked the notes had this sort of function. If it actually works, this won't save me a lot of time. Huh. This horn is of no use to ordinary people. You, however, are different. Please accept it. Allows the holder to move between the Poison's Pavilion and any registered window. When he is brought to the limitless realm, a mysterious sage presented this as a gift to him. When blown, it resonates with the primordial roots of the sun. All paths eventually converge. We shall meet again. Man, this is where I get kicked out. If you encounter an impassable route. Tauntaun, what are you doing?
Ooh.
I've never seen such smooth stones in my life. How were they made? These lights, they glow without fire. It's incredible. It's going to take some time for you to understand those Solarian. Solarian? Is that what you call yourselves?
敢去
So there is a world outside the village. You never told me about any of this. That's so sneaky of you, Yi. I'm here now, so you may as well tell me everything, right? You'll just get more confused the more you know.
What thing?
No, I won't. You know I'm not that dumb.
唉，
Huh. I'll teach you nice and slowly when I get the chance. Yay, pinky promise? Pinky promise.
Ah!
It means you can't lie. Is there more to you? There was that other location. I don't remember. Does it show on the map? It was either right there. I think it was, because there was a small spot where I had to put in. Where is it though? I know there is where I would be able to move properly. Here. 3D printer. Oh. Type file. Alright. It allows the talisman attacks to simultaneously hit an additional target. Metals against multiple energies. Increased health restored with the medicine pipe. But slowly applies healing over time rather than immediately. Healing is instantly interrupted, damage stinging and ricochet. Even with imprecise parries, projectiles can be deflected back and, like, increase damage. I need to bullet deflect for that. Should I? Well, I guess I did. I can recycle. I can't recycle anything. I guess now I have a new trade. And I don't think I'll be able to get it by normally. No, I cannot. I should have 1 skill point as well. Jades to fix. That is a lot of jades. And then skills. I hold down shift while moving to greatly increase. Is this just a base sprint? Shortens travel times along familiar paths. That is... with a strong attack. Strong attacks good and use their bow attack, the construct of triple slash, and talisman explosions. Sure, let's acquire the ability to run. Oh. And then there's the quick recovery. I can teleport, can I? I cannot. Nothing new, never mind, that's a lot. What was I supposed to do? Can't really place it. What's like the dream loot? Is it this thing? How do I... Fusang Horn. How do I use the Fusang Horn? Oh, it always links back to the pavilion. Oh wait, I can sprint. Let me read the tooltips, gang. If you Rui is very close to Rui, I must go. There was something I am unsure as to whether I could share. Speak freely. In truth, I owe my existence to the decision of a certain soul. It was through his decision that I wasn't destroyed. Who? The soul in charge of the power reservoir, or Bapu? Bapu. That damned bastard. I understand you hold a grudge against him, but in my humble opinion, it might be worthwhile to engage with him. After all, Lord Fopler's unique talents are undeniable. Even if he decides to declines to cooperate, it would still be of value to you. Fair enough, I'll consider it. The power reservoir is located at the base of the central floor. Take the transport elevator down and you should be able to find it. That's to the left. Wait a minute. Something seems off. Nothing is off. Why are there eyes? I cannot move. Alright. Oh, there it is. It is not down there. Alright, calm down. It's noon, you need a very careful. Council tenets. Legacy, equality, justice, loyalty, discipline, innovation, selflessness, and benevolence, knowledge, and insight. The Qiandao Council was founded by a group of scientists and former nobles who were opposed to Taoism. In its early days, it faced suppression and operated in secrecy, but over time it developed a centralized structure. 10 wise individuals, known as the 10 Souls, were chosen annually as leaders, guiding the organization to their respective tenets. I can't let it go. Keep going. They call it the Enormous Dash. Am I stuck? You. So what is my job? Am I stuck? What am I supposed to do here? I am already lost. I was told to go down. Where do I go? What is my directive? Back down to Becky's facility. It is the weirdest. Oh my, I made it. I love quick attack. This game, this... All I want to know is whether or not I'm allowed to be here. I don't know if I should be moving this way. This game is... What I'm seeing is I need a talisman for that. And it stays dead. How does this even work? I have still no idea whether or not I'm allowed to be here.
My zone.
I'm going to keep in mind that from now on I should be saving talismans in the niche case that I will need it in order to really move. Am I not supposed to be here? Oh, can I? So, Luigio. Little fun fact. Oh no, I was planning on it. He has a small amount of Jin when recycled. So, you know how using, what is it called? Your key blast, you dash forwards? I've been using that as a very effective advantage. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this way. Oh, I am. Yeah, I've been using it as a dash. It's far too effective as a dash, though. Even though I don't have one currently, it's really shit. I cannot kill it. I have found a location. Whoops. I don't think I was supposed to go this way. Hey, I found something. Alright. Yes, I will be going back. Where am I? Wait, where am I? Where do I zoom out? Ah. So I assume I probably shouldn't be in this area. Use internal. Oh, I don't want it. Well, I don't want to have internal loot. I want to see how hard this boss is. Wasn't too bad. Can I get up here? Chain drop down and just to get the boss to the left of it. What? Remember a chain that you can drop down to the left of it. I don't think it's not here. No, this is where I just came from. Can't get up there normally. I'm gonna have to reload the room. It's not back. Alright. I need an upgrade to my berry. Oh, was it in the room with this red dude? Is it right here that I need? Oh, is it this? It's what allows you to bury the little bouncers. Give me just a second. If I go back, but then I won't be able to if I might be able to jump up one platform, but that might not be enough. Oh, that's fun. Nope, they stayed clear. We need to rest. Center yourself on the platform the rope is on by dropping down, climbing on it down to the left, and jump. Don't think that's here. Find an upgrade to the air barrier. You can do the thing. Alright. Time to keep moving. It will not let me look through the door quickly.
Sing it.
You in fact did not move. And I in fact did not move. Give me my dash. I'm waiting. Come on, one more. I missed. Oh well. Oh, there's two spaces.
Sing it.
Yeah, I mean. I got it. I'm crazy. Oh, thank you, Helldiver's experience. Standard component? That's recyclable. Thank you. Helldivers is trained my fingers. Better. Switch up the fly. Oh, and it shuts off the machine that was looking at me right
Sing it.
Why am I missing it? There we go. I was wondering why. This is where I was before. Onto skills. I require more treatment. We get more treatment.
Sing it.
Ooh, that's small. You're coming to who are you?
와, 대구.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Aha, such a hassle. This is the central control room in the power reservoir. Can you explain? I don't know how you will provide information without it. However, this is a restricted zone, as according to the law, all trespassing if you are lost, I would as soon as possible. I've already summoned the Dust Guardians to handle the information. It's me. You sitting where? You heard what I said. It's on the security system already.
대진.
Now you listen to me. I don't know what kind of hilarious person you think you are. Did you really think you fooled me with that move skill?
어, 저
Leave now. Ugh, what a nuisance. Go, little fly. I did not realize this. How might I help you? And you just not to realize that's a long hitbox. This is simple enough. Collected a Tau fruit. Dust Guardian recording device 1. Log entry. The deceased has been confirmed to be a Dust Guardian. It is speculated that an explosion occurred while he was on patrol. He was pierced by a piece of scaffolding when the structure collapsed and died immediately. Hello, is this how we do log entries? Can't believe I encountered something like this in my first shift. He had a lot of external entries. It looked horrible. I hope the spirit will be able to rest in peace. I've been feeling drowsy after our last medicinal injection. The symptoms are slowly going away. I thought I would never have been able to board New Finland. So imagine my surprise when I became a Dust Guardian. It's incredible to think about. Did I soft lock myself? I think I did. Huh. I can kill myself, correct? I can. But my jade will be gone. I'm glad I acquired a Tau fruit, but now, at what, the sacrifice of all of my jade? Can I not access the root now? I would say it was worth. I collected a Tau fruit. Who knows what it does for me. But now I have one. When a Solarian dies after succumbing to Tianhao, their body will produce a gorgeous flower. It is unclear why this happens. During the process, the experiences of the deceased's life are converted into something like a fruit, filling it with the energy of life. It gives a small amount of skill points of planned absorption. Slightly increases slash and talisman damage. I got it. You can't get me now. Huh. Alright then, is this gonna be another soft lock? Looks like it might be, so... Oh no. Now it is. I should really remember that I have this for reconnaissance. This provides no value to me whatsoever. Never kill myself. My lack of movement is going to get me killed. It's an actual line. I'm not going to try and deal with that. That is my fault, but you're not enough. I should be fine for one more attempt, and then I'll have to go there. Very fun. And a flare in later. Simple enough. And there's a bridge. It's a big boy. I've noticed that a lot of larger enemies seem to have a triple hit attack. Fun to know. It also can get slightly annoying. Feels as if there's no reason I should be here. Should not be allowed in the city.
文奇比森，
Who's hanging? Oh, what are you doing? Here, brother. Here, brother.
文姬兄，
Sun is out today. Remember how we used to go out hiking on sunny days like this? I was at that age when I couldn't stop asking questions. You were always so patient with me. I had to explain every bit of scenery. I found this cistern. You were the best. You knew everything there was to know about everything. Oh no. Your connection spotted. We're going through a power line breaking up. Oh.
比森，
Look at those pretty towers. Can we go play over there?
半눈.
No, we can't. Those aren't towers. They're prismatic columns from the There'd be like, rhizomatic plants? They're vessels for storing rhizomatic energy. Think of them as big batteries. You should have learned this in class already. I don't really like my classes. I want to hear about it, Jimmy. Your stories are way more interesting than my textbook.
No, but
They're not stories, silly. They're dramatic poems or an invention that changed the world. Scientists from the army love the invention that everyone's lives better. But the adults around us are biased. They consider all technology in the general era to be dangerous or unethical. There we go. I think that's... That was never tough. I did not realize how loud the music could get. But the adults around us are buying. Yeah, okay, I get it. Now, these momentous. What? Breakthroughs just if you're collecting decimal points. What do you mean? Are they broken? Activating them is easy as flipping a switch.
no, 박지.
But don't you worry, one day your big brother will fix it all up. After you fix them, promise me we'll get to play in one of these columns. Well, it's not somewhere we can play, silly. I thought I just told you that. Huh.
人家牛逼死。
They've really changed. Wow. I might not have understood everything you said, but I wanted to cling to you all the time. I thought you were the smartest person in the whole world. The color of the sky, where the rain comes from, why the stars shimmer, you knew about it all. You published so much and received all those lofty titles since then.
就待57年。
But to me, you've always been the most amazing person in the world. And then I go back and it all plays in reverse. Crystal, are you okay? What are you doing? Come up, sisters. Good guys. What is this? Rhizomatic energy beam. Rhizomatic energy flow results? Normal. Rhizomatic energy is generated when the primordial roots absorbed by you. Over the past millennia, with the development of Solari technology, methods for extracting and storing the energy have been continuously improved. During the Turbulent era, the Jin Kingdom created the first large-scale rhizomatic columns to meet the power needs of their military. Groups of these columns were built across Benglai by various kingdoms. However, the rise of Taoism, the columns eventually fell into disrepair. Crystal, you have your food. Oh, you're not getting a Pop-Tart. Move, yo, move, Crystal. God, move. Did you unplug the damn cable and everything? You are not getting a Pop-Tart. I don't know who told you. I don't know if the man under the bed said that you can have one, but you cannot have one. No. Who is speaking? Somebody is speaking. And I cannot tell who. Well, that's interesting. You're not getting me that time. I... The door is open. Going down to the bayou. Ooh, an item. Multi-toolkit. This... I did not read that. Is it here? I keep pressing OK. That's gonna be the death of me. A Solarian artifact that can be gifted to Schwanschwan. Oh! Sophisticated tool set crafted by the great craftsman of Ying. This must have a... This is a must-have dream tool for even the most accomplished craftsman. I have a Ying gift. What are you? Shanghai 9000. Wow, hello there! Hello, sir! Hello, sir! Enjoy sublime eternity amongst the sovereign foothills. Evergreen Foot. New Kunlun. The second home of your dreams. I'm looking for... I know! Don't say anything. I know what you want. You need a tour, right? I'm so stoked. I don't think that's what he was asking for. Don't just stand there. Take a seat. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Crystal, what are you doing? Huh? What? Do you have business with Lord Guafu? If you're going, count me in. Oh, I'm sorry. Please stop glaring at me. Lord Guafu's vital sanctum can be found within the Radiant Pagoda. What's a pagoda? Is that the pagoda? The giant, ominous pyramid triangle? His lordship may have been born in the Ying countryside, but he is still the most skilled engineer we have. Rumor has it that, due to his stunning looks and overwhelming charisma of his imposing figure, he's never once left the pagoda since he arrived here. Few have even laid eyes on his lordship. So enigmatic, isn't he? It's my dream to be able to take a photo with him one day. Want to enter, give me status of the old. Alright, okay. Get on. Be gone, Nabiba. Go sleep or something. You have food. What are you looking for? What do you wish? You cannot wish a Pop-Tart? No. The new Kunlun power grid is currently off-peak. Rhizomatic columns are only operating at 40% capacity island-wide. Operations at the Radiant Pagoda are also operating at a minimum level. Operations non-essential. Bridges have been suspended. Several anomalies have appeared across the power grid. Zhonan, Dia, and many other generators are no longer connected. Dust Guardian support staff have been deployed to repair the anomalies. Estimated repair time? Estimated failed. What do you think? I recited everything clearly and properly, right? I did good, didn't I? Didn't I? Want to enter it. Going to the Radiant Pagoda? Good choice. It's great for photos. However, there isn't enough electricity to power the light bridge that leads to the pagoda. I would love to take you inside, but my aspirations exceed my capabilities. Is there any other way to power that light bridge? Yes, but you do not have administrator privileges, so I cannot share that information. I can, however, recommend one of our other fantastic observation decks in the power reservoir. I can even tell you the best spots to snap pictures. Just crack your head open and access it myself. Depends on the administrator here, he said he doesn't mind. Really? Why, however, did you become friends with such an important figure? Impressive. Oh, sweet Crystal. Crystal, little. I've never seen him before. I'll help you with the bridge, but could you get me an autograph in return? There's a backup control room right below where we're standing. It was built in case of emergencies. You can manually increase the power output in the control room, which should reactivate the light bridge to the radiant pagoda. Was I allowed to say that? Wow, did I let slip a secret or something? How exciting. What, leaving already? What a pity. Won't you stay for a cup of tea? I was told all I needed to know. Why can you attack through that? That is absurd. They're no longer existent. What are you? Where's that weird noise coming from? A defect? Chiyo, pardon me, I was captivated by the incredible craftsmanship of this building. The world's first forth. One truly. I've never seen such a weapon that shows interest in the arts. What's your model? Huh. The circumstances of birth do not assuage me. I may run man-made circuitry, but I place such faith in my poetry. Pray, call me Chiyo. I am also known as Battlelord Mark II. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Call me Yi. No need for the formalities. Well met. This fortuitous encounter deserves a verse of its own. When blossoms drift from swaying billows, the morning air bestrews its sweet perfume. May not a drift for more than spring allows. There is less time to cherish than we presume. Your meter's up. Alas, is it so? You're right, Sir Yi. The final line contains an error, source of which is an issue with operator 37 in my system. Allow me a moment to replace. Oh, I am bereft of Jin and unable to carry out repairs. Whatever shall I do? You need Jin? Jin is a keystone for all that harness the electrical humors, for artificial beings like myself. It is but the most precious of precious materials. Oh, I have traveled far and wide, gathering myriad treasures. But without Jin welding my connections, they just become a burden. Ah, I have devised a plan that might resolve this urgently. Judging by your attire, I surmise that you must have been born into wealth. What is getting on? The air. Thank God. I'm so glad that everything is fighting against me. To tell you the truth, my luggage houses an extravagant collection of precious artifacts. If you have Jin to barter, I would be willing to cover the community treasures. Peruse at your leisure, sure. Shop? Oh! Ooh, wait. What? Dragon's Whip. It says dragon in it. Ball of flavor. Animal feed made what? From food waste. It's very nutritious for some livestock, but should be ingested due to the excess amounts of bacteria present fermentation. Neuriceps, corpse of an insect that died from a parasitic fungus. The fungus hijacks the insect's nervous system and will keep it moving even after the insect has died. Who is saying? The roots and stems from this alpine plant resemble a person, and is rich in toxic alkaloids. A single root can turn a giant beast. What are these for? Quick dose, that's quicker heals computing in it. Tau 90 computing in it increases the J system's computing power by 1. Oh, so this is what you have. Increases damage output when health is below 25. Break the cauldrons. Sink the boats. Make your last stand. Recover some health after Shadow Strike. Increases the recovery rate of internal damage. Nah, I want probably computing last stand with those. Dragon's Web. I don't have any. Report. What was that attack though? Shadow Strike. Include any Zord bow attack. Final strike and triple slash and tells me. What does this do? Recover some health after picking up experience dropped after death. I don't have the skill points for quick rise. Let's go with full deflect. Wait a minute. First we rest. I always forget I can sprint. There's nothing else. What happened to the 18-digit codes? Ingrained from within your muscle memory. The very fibers of your being shall remember. Well, David at the same time. Quattro, I know you can hear me, bastard. Stop hacking into my systems. I tried asking nicely. I'm gonna have to use force to deal with you. When did a craftsman like you become skilled in martial arts? Eh? Let's snark. Could it be really you? Nah, forget it. I don't want to deal with this. I'm already in a bad mood, and these constant startling alarms aren't helping. Listen up, this is my final warning. Warning. The guards have been deployed, and these killing machines won't be swayed by words. You're on your own. The door gets unlocked. And we have access to the other side. Yes, I think you could shoot me the door over. I would like to activate the bridge. I did not want to use a talisman there. Radiant Pagoda Control Panel. Operating mode, storage mode with limited output. Current energy stored 95%. To meet the energy demands of the internal Cauldron project, the Soul Kwafu made improvements to rhizomatic column interconnections, linked up Kunlun's various power plants, and created the power reservoir, an entirely new energy storage paradigm. All of this power infrastructure was controlled through the control room inside the Radiant Pagoda. When operational, the converted rhizomatic energy can be supplied into all of New Kunlun and saved within the power reservoir for future interstellar transportation needs. Let's go a little farther. See what I can do. Oh, it's this boss. Defense mode activated. I don't have nearly enough for this. General Ying Zhao. Second phase? Come on, give it to me. Oh, and it says the second phase. Did I not dash? Am I being robbed? Dash window is much. That is a huge attack. Is this really? Was this really the boss that people... I have a very hard time believing that. There's no way that this boss is difficult. I mean, considering my current skill level, I would argue that this boss shouldn't be the most difficult. For others, though, I do see the problem. The biggest fact is very possibly follow-up attacks, which a lot of people might not be used to. Herb Catalyst. This catalyst can be installed into the pipe to increase its healing effect. A high-quality catalyst can increase the refinement efficiency of the pipe, which significantly augments its healing effect. However, it is an expensive medicinal device that few can afford. I have an extra heal. I'll take it. Who are you? Wahoo. You made it in after all. You not only hacked the pagoda's controls, you also defeated King Zhao. Who the hell are you? Is he a cat? Is he a bear? What are you? Let me have a good look at this imposter. He who dares to impersonate my deceased friend. Uh, is that... Is that you, Yi? Why? Is it really you? You're still alive? Barely. And judging by that reaction, you don't seem too eager to see me. Oh my heavens, I never thought I'd really knew. Hold on a moment. I'll turn off the surveillance. Friend, brother, no way. Am I dreaming? You're not dead. I don't believe it. Praise the heavens. Praise the earth. Praise Fusa. I thought you fell off that cliff. I saw the surveillance footage. How did you... Slow down. Let's not get too friendly just yet. There's one thing I have to check. Are you in a league with them, or are you not?
So say.
In a sense, I suppose I am. All I can say is, over the last 500 years I've spent in my vital sanctum, I spent every single moment reliving that nightmarish day. How could, how could I make you believe me? I truly didn't know before it happened. I thought they went after you, to bring you back. So I first tried that centaur boss that took really like, forever. It was fun. He has such a fun moveset. I really do love the second phase. So we could all sit down and talk. I really didn't think it would end up like this. I swore I wasn't involved. I didn't do anything. But I suppose that's my greatest sin. I don't have the right to ask for your forgiveness. If this is your ghost coming for revenge, I guess I deserve what's coming. Do it. I won't run. You got Boba. What's wrong? Forget it. I get your situation. You were never given an option either. Besides, I never fulfilled that promise I made with you, so let's call it even. What? You're actually here? Wow, how you become such a nice guy. These last 5 centuries must have taken a real toll on you. In the end, it's all my fault. If I had the ability to stop them, that's what I'm telling you. If you truly wish to atone, help me retrieve all the soul seals. The soul seals? You can't be serious. Are you asking me to betray the council? It's the really no room for negotiation. Stop being naive. Haven't they already shown their true colors? Try negotiating. Look where that got me. True, but once we officially become enemies of the council, the other souls will come from all over this island to hunt us down like a pair of city ducks. And you know full well that they aren't pushovers. You gotta hit these emotions. Whoa. You know I can't handle that, trickster. You knew from the start that I wouldn't refuse. It's just my luck to have a friend like you. Fine, I get it. I'll do it. I intended to take them down one after the other before they even have the chance to fight back. Ha! You make it sound so easy. I'll probably end up dead or worse. Ah, what the hell? I haven't been sleeping well anyway. This place isn't exactly much of a hideout anymore. You have somewhere I can lay low for the time being? Yeah, I already did. Yeah. How many? My own mic. Is my own mic too low? I thought it was high enough. Where is it? Hello. Let me access myself. I should. Am I? No. I guess it was a lot lower than I thought it was. How many tries did the horse take me? To reiterate, it took me about 1 try, both phases. The Four Seasons Pavilion in the central core is currently safe under the cover of the Advocates. I'm so glad. Crystal, what are you doing? Why does the head up? The head up? What am I on about? I'll be on my way. Oh, You want my soul seal, right? It's stored in my dedicated vital sanctum. You should be able to retrieve it. After you're done, meet me back at the pavilion. I have something important to return to you. My dog is deciding to not be nice. Alright. Character bio. Chinyu? No, it wasn't you. It was Clockwood, yeah. Where do I go now? It's the horse. What's wrong with his neck? Some of the energy is still alive. Can I... The horse wasn't even that bad. I liked his moveset, but it was... For one of the... I would say one of the first major bosses, or not even majors, a big boss. He wasn't that bad to fight. I'm lost. I have no idea where to... Oh, there's a button. Story time. Story time. When I return, I will use what I have learned to help out my hometown. You are also from abroad? Ying, you say. The craftsmen here are quite famous. Excellent. These engineering theories will advance our field by leaps and bounds. Stay in the council. Let's return home in a blaze of glory once peace has been restored. His eyes look much narrower than the drawings, or the memories. I'll follow you till that day comes. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Go back to sleep. Dog, why must you try to ravage my snacks? Seal of Kafu. A soul seal is the greatest symbol of power in the council and key to unlock the council code. It is soul's proof of authority. Kafu soul seal containing the character Ding. What does that say? Signifies loyalty. That's much too up. Oh, is this the lower floor? Yeah, Radiant Pagoda. Inside now. Yo, how's it going? Is it a summer class? Is it, in college? Is it a summer course that you're deciding to take? It's a Shanghai. Wait. Yes. Oh. Oh, you're learning Dutch. Man, if only I could learn any language. I'm not that intelligent. Robot assistant, get me data on this region. So mean. He's got a little dog on his shirt. Solarian? Loading. Is it broken? It's been drawn on too. That's suspicious. Oh my god. It's Schwan Schwan. Is this thing? No. Are you supposed to be here? Identify yourself, or I will disassemble you. You need Dutch when the world falls apart? What does that even mean? Dutch is not a universal language. Easy. Shanghai 9000. Not suspicious. Shanghai 9000. Won't hurt you. It's got a Schwan Schwan on them. Help. Service. Help. Guide. It will be the universal language when the world falls apart? I doubt that. I still never found that other boss. I just went straight to beating up a horse. Give me map data. Give you benefit. Benefits? Like what? Shanghai 9000. Collect each zone. Map data chip. Shanghai 9000. Analyze. Map. Show you. Help. Hack. Read. Resources. Information. You win. I win. We win. Maybe it was to the right? Possibly. I mean, I still beat up a horse. I instantly cleared something. It was fun though. I need that get up. I need the quick rise. Correct. Shanghai 9000. One for each zone. One Shanghai 9000. One map data chip. Thank you. Cooperation. You're certainly quick to thank me. You're acting way too weirdly. I've never seen a robot assistant proactively make a request of someone. But if you can really provide data on those resources, I'll consider working with you. Thank you. Thank you. Good deeds, good rewards. Yes, I did. I did first try the thing. The horse was not hard. Oh, Schwan Schwan, I have a gift for you. Here's a tools. What do you have there, Yi? Racism in a box. Don't get too excited. This isn't a toy. It's a multi-tool used by engineers to repair equipment. That's great. I happen to need some tools. Can I borrow it? You I suck ass at combat. Yes, you do. I mean, hey, at least you don't deny it. I love the combat. I mean, I am also playing on keyboard and mouse. So I have my basic attack bound to M1, parry to M2, and then I have my arrow switches to M3 and M4. So I'm not like constantly tripping over my own fingers. Got stuck in an enemy area for like 2.5 hours. Rusted moss. I will try it out eventually. Oh yeah, Luigi, I softlocked myself twice. Devolved into using a glass cannon that kills shit faster than I die. No. What if you accidentally sliced off your own fingers? Come on, I'm not gonna do that. Did you forget? I made every single piece of furniture in our house. Let's see. What does this button do? A knife just popped out. Wow, it moves. Are those scissors? Check my soft locks. I got a Tao fruit, I believe it was called. and then I couldn't dash. I just couldn't get out because I didn't have the upgraded air parry. So I got a free Tau fruit, and then in another one it was just one of those statues, but I used up all of my talismans. Careful, this is a product of Ying. The blades are very sharp. Bye-bye. Who's Ying? Ying isn't a person. It's a nation of Penglai on Penglai, famous for their crafting. But that was a long, long time ago. All the great craftsmen have been in decline since the end of the turbulent era. The job of craftsman grew less and less popular. I have a friend who suffered a lot because of this. I don't get it. People who can make stuff are super popular in the village. Our neighbor, Ah Feng, knew how to sharpen stones to make all sorts of tools. With her spears, even I could hunt down boars. We had lots of meat in the village back then. Well, some might ask, what if those spears were pointed not at boars, but at other people? I did cut my hand on a blade once, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't use spears, or that we should look down on people who make them. My friend would be so happy if he were able to hear your words. Then, does your friend mind if I borrowed this tool? Fine. Just remember to hold it steady. Only use the blunt blades and never point it at yourself when cutting. Okay. And don't press buttons with it or let it touch electricity. Okay. I don't think I've unlocked a single, like, core character upgrade. I can do something, right? Shadow Strike, no, I don't. Is Shadow Strike gonna be useful to me? Maximum key charge, I guess I do. Fine then. I guess I have to buy it, huh? Where's the fabricator? Can I hack that with the bird? Is it a butterfly? I have no clue. It looks like a fish thing. Qua? Yee! Did you see that thing downstairs? The Shanghai 9000? No! The root node? No! Then what? The Ape Man! Oh, you mean Schwan Schwan? Why would you name such a terrifying creature? I betrayed the council and moved out of my home, and now you want me to share a roof with an ape man? Give me a break. Just watching those hairless creatures walk around makes my skin crawl. Calm down. Ape men aren't that scary. You've seen them in the reports, haven't you? Seeing them in reports and seeing them in real life are like night and day. That ape child keeps calling after you. Yee, yee, yee. You're not actually going to raise him, are you? What have you been up to all this time? Schwan Schwan is different from the others. Besides, it won't be in our interest if the council gets its hands on him. I find that argument to be a bit of a stretch. Ah, never mind. I can never figure you out. Just keep him away from me, I beg you. Better yet, keep him locked up in a cage. Relax, I don't plan on letting him stay for too long.
What was that thing you said you wanted to give me? Oh, I was just so distraught by the ape man that I almost forgot. Here, take this. It's the azure bow that your family left for you. Did you meet her? Hang? No. She had asked someone else to give it to you, but it somehow ended up with me. I never thought it would actually get any use. Just spend some time tuning it up for you. Thanks. Your skills haven't gotten rusty, have they? You don't need to worry about that. Remember my nickname? Gorgeous Beefcake Calorie Crusher? What? Nah, Calorie Crusher goes crazy. The Hammer of New Kunlun. As you should know, there isn't a single craftsman in all of New Kunlun that comes close to my level. Anyways, now that I'm here, I can upgrade your bow or any other gear. My resources are limited, so besides Jin, all you'll need are some extra parts. Let me know if you find anything similar. Got it. Till next time. Azure Strand, which can be replenished at root nodes. Arrows can be switched out at any time to better fit the current battle or enemy. Collide Piercer, arrows proper to the Azure bow. This arrow penetrates through all targets in its path, potentially maiming multiple targets. Transmute unto wealth. Gain additional Jin when killing enemies with talisman explosions. One transmute unto life, gain health. I kind of want wealth. That seems... Azure Sand, that's extra shots. It grants the ability to break shields. I'm very close, but first off, what we're gonna do is we're gonna upgrade the pipe. They say that the ape men have these alien germs that make them bite indiscriminately if they're not trained. We took the vaccines before takeoff, but its effectiveness should have worn off centuries ago. Looks like there's no escaping it now. Don't be so neurotic. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. At least make him take a shower. If his stench gets on my clothes, you will not hear the end of it from me. Can I have him take a shower? I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but with your current gear, 100 extra lives won't even cut it. If you find any usable materials, please bring them to me. I can also make simple modifications to that pipe of yours to enhance its effectiveness. As for spare parts, just spend a little time looking around. There's nothing else. Alright. Nothing left here. Wait, what? What is that? It does not tell me. What was that about the Tau fruit? The seal Tau? Is it a quest item? Can I use it somewhere? These are key items. Small amount of skill points upon absorption. Slightly increases slash and talisman damage. Can I use this somewhere? Can I talk to you about this? Congratulations, my lord. With the addition of Nkwafu, our side grows ever more powerful. I think you already knew he would be inclined to join us. That's why you led me to him first. Of course, none of my machinations can escape your keen eye. Please forgive my indiscretion. According to my calculations, the probability of collaboration was quite high. Also, I couldn't bear to see the two of you misunderstanding each other any longer. You've really learned how to act on your own accord. But I'll let it pass. That old friend's abilities are sure to come in handy. Can I use this somewhere? Here, maybe? That's the old machine. Can I? I really can't. No, I can't then. Okay. I just want to go up. I want to grab the item. Here's where I would be able to buy stuff. No? Create. I am. So I go here for that extra. How much was it? 1,000. I would have had even more if I didn't soft lock myself. Oh. To thin out the blank. It didn't even let me finish reading. Perfect. New location. Big elevator. I would assume this is where a fight's going to happen. Yep. Let me be free, brethren. I require not. Oh, so you can air parry. I love the little hacks. It's like Helldivers all over again. I can input stratagems whenever I feel. One, two, a 1-1. That is fun. What is this? Pagodan Lies. Where am I? I would assume I'm not able to head in that direction just yet. Ooh, it's overflowing. Examine. What? Sorry, let me read that again. Anomalous. This root node is experiencing abnormal energy discharge. Danger. Only maintenance personnel allowed. Root nodes were one of the key technologies that the Feng Shi Guild unlocked. Can I... and laid the foundation for advanced rhizomatic technology. Today, the flow and transmission of rhizomatic energy can be controlled through these root nodes. However, the mechanisms behind the primordial roots are still shrouded in mystery, even for modern Solarians. Very cool. Oh, that's not good. What power will I be imbued upon today? What am I doing? I'm not trying to dance. Oh my god, I have it. Well then, that's... It just didn't work. Alright, let me see something. No, it doesn't let you. Alright. He was right then. This is fun. I love movement. To think that the green key aura was visible all along. That is... With a green glow. Ooh. Wait. That's very fun. Hello. I cannot parry that normally. Huh. Okay. Expose the flow of ki to make the suturing. Your needs or your ends? I don't know what that said. I have acquired advanced parry. Alright. Let me return to everything. Midair. Which means now I should be allowed to go to all the places I probably shouldn't have gone before. Well, legally this time. Not with the... Not with... What am I saying? What did I acquire just now? I can't... I hate that I'm taking damage off of those. Oh. Oh, alright. Alright, I see that. So there's 3 total everywhere I'd have to go. So those have a much longer windup. Much longer windup. I'll keep that in mind. 4 treasures of the study. Another gift for Schwan Schwan. What is my dog on about now? Let me go see what it is. I have another gift for Schwan Schwan. Not the food that I just grabbed, but still stop being a bother. No. I leave the door open. For you to step out and eat food. The food is not here for you, the food is here for me. I see not. I see little reason to allow you to have my food. Because it is my food, not yours. I have a gift for Sean Sean. Where am I? What's happened over here? What was the other side? Oh. I did not mean to use that. I should head over that way. The other side. My sister sent me an Instagram reel.
are we? Hello? Alright. Calm down. It ain't that serious. Can I destroy the other ones? Okay, Norway open. How was I supposed to head? To the vault. No, you have your food, eat your non-food. I could go somewhere that I should not have been allowed to go before. Oh. I need, oh my. They have such a long windup. Mama, I just can't admit. What I've done against this head. All the trigger now is dead. Mama, I'm a basic component. Status. Where am I supposed to head to? I can get up. Item. Basic component. Ah, yes, the place I was supposed to go before. What others? Ah, the other side. They remind me of what are they called? What are they called? They're Crucible Knights. As soon as you attack their you attack their shield and they instantly critical card counter. Let me see this. Something here consumed it. Oh, that must be what he was talking about before. Over here, though, cannot access normally. Oh. I can't believe it. One more. I can then pause it. Okay, let's to rest. I think this is what the way Jay was talking about before. On the platform by using the rope and dropping down and climbing up, dash to the left and jump. You'll have to use Coyote Time, then use a talisman to act as a dash in midair. Where to get you though? Oh, there. And I messed it up. Let's do this. Ah, I see now. I see. It does give you enough height. If I can actually jump though. I want this stuff. I'm jumping too early. I missed. I must go parry something. I'm better. Time to attack some. Ah. It's 2 attacks. Why not? I forget how late it is. That's not. Why? And that's... No, I'm getting that, I just don't, I hate timing any Reddit. The red attack jump is probably the most annoying part. It's become so much slower than the rest of any attack in the game. 40 tries. Nah. I mean that. Damn. Oh. Nope, I've got the timing. I do not have the timing. That can't marry normally. What? That was my first death to a monster, yes. You know what? The boss, I probably shouldn't have fighting. Lingering hitboxes. Stars above, what was that? You can't tell me. I'm sorry, but what was that lingering above? Look at me. Hit me. Alright, that's not what I meant. Oh, I have my bow. I doubt the bow gives up frames. Although it would be nice. Try to. The most annoying part of the boss is actually trying to get there. Can't marry that normally. How does this work? I want this to be gone. Oh. How is that supposed to work? Come on, try number 3. Oh, would you look at that? Killed him third try. Soul Severing Blade. Oh, what? A weapon taken from a guard. A wrist accessory of Shangui, a celestial specter that can slice through steel. During battle, it can be concealed under the sleeves to obscure attack. I've died to monsters twice. Oh, and a Herb Catalyst. That means that, what? I get stronger or something? No. was stuck for a second. Good to know. Glad I got. Oh, Daichi Tech. Press blank in midair to bounce off Clipland's green energy arms. That's a bonus. Increases the internal damage inflicted by a successful Tai Chi kick or skull kick. Skull kick. Hold down S and for a bit, skull kick can be used as an alternative to the Tai Chi. Alright. Let's see. I need the increased key charge. So I'll have to save. Just have to wait. Thank you. Gone. Get sloppy with my fingers. This is not a good sign. That's one, that's two, and where's the thing? I have 350. Too bad there's no bank. That is very similar to another stratagem. I don't know exactly what it was. What about a little boss up top? Oh. I'm talking like, do I have the bleeding status condition? Why am I dying? Huh. I don't know. I'm not dying to a mortal. Refuse to die. I do have another gift for Schwan Schwan. That depends on whether or not I'll Oh, interesting. How would I get up here? Wow. Oh. Platform I unlocked earlier. Scaling slot. That would be third title. Like she. Bearing Jade reduces knockback from enemy attacks and parrying, increases stability when enduring heavy hits. I'll take it. Am I missing anything from this location? Looks like there were zones upwards, but I'm not worried about them. I honestly I can't. There's something so amazing about the game. Where was I supposed to go? I wanted to go. I did not go down here. Oh, it's just treasure. That is. I'll take the money and then move it forwards. I've grown sloppy. I wasn't unable to attain these. I could ask for one thing, which would be resources. Not an immediate, but many, I would say, actually. So that is it's also very much so an existing code. More currencies and a standard component. Our job was to. Oh, I wasn't. By the way, but it doesn't work anymore. There is a dog heading onward. Was there something? Obvious there was. I hate the dogs. Very strong hate for those dogs. This dude as well. Here comes the sun. Sun. Explosion. Does that? Oh, is it only water? Why does it have such long range? It's such a long range. Seems not to be working. Or on this side. It's not to go up. Here comes the sun. Do 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 do. It's alright. I don't know. Why, you know. Oh, I have a collection. Crystal, calm down. The dog days are over. Here, you can have slightly outside. There's one slice. There's two slices. That is it. No more slice of salami. You've been given your slice of salami. No more slice of salami. Ooh,
Kenja.
who made back shots so dark? I need to remember how fast they can attack. Hey, calm down. Crystal? You know you are not getting more. So why do you ask? That's right. How do I gain access to this? There's someone. No. Wait. You're lucky I am a cat. Otherwise I wouldn't have made it. It's the same location. Even how do I get on? Something's on that side. I just don't know. I don't know how to get through. Just spot up in the top. There seems to be nobody in here. So now we know that you're from Pakistan. So, you, Crystal. New Jade. Release Jades. I wonder if it'll have the. It'll be able to access that broken status. Similar to Hollow Knight. You can equip more than the limit, but you at the cost of more damage. Oh, what is this? Life recovery, experience jobs? No. More key charge? Do I want to? Yes. Straight to the pavilion. Hello, Crystal. Calm down. No. 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 Go back to sleep. Where did Schwan go this time? Why is Schwan always moving around? What's going on? Schwan, are you over here? Better not be in the computer room. He is not. What do I use that count for? Schwan. There he is. Can I talk to you? I have no idea. Yeah. Alright. Time to see what Schwan is up to. What are you making? Look, Yi, this chair can lean back. I designed it. Pretty cool, huh? I thought you were going to make a spear or something. I don't need a lounging chair. Why not? This chair can help you relax. Hey kid, don't even think about calling that a finished product. You didn't even hook up the medicine culture to the legs. Was this a group project? When did you guys become friends? I was just trying to make this chair, but Uncle Chubby kept telling me that it could take. You monkey, this is my multi. Didn't either of you see my name written on it? I did. That's why I took it. I never wanted to play house with an ape-man child, but the way this kid uses tools is totally deranged. My precious tools can't stand up to blood or rust. Got it? Uncle Chubby helped a lot with the joints. If it wasn't for him, the chair would have collapsed the moment someone sat on it. So does this chair have any special features? Not really. It's just well made. Don't be like that. We all need a sense of ritual in our lives. Okay, next, I want to make a bookshelf, a bed that can fly, and a teapot that can cook on its own. A young craftsman can solve any problem you have. What? I never agreed. You guys have a thing that helps you shower with the press of a button? Like a normal shower. Ugh. Quit messing around and give me back my tools. It's this. It's the Bersnifflin chair. I got the bench. I don't know what it does, but it's a good bench. Also, you know that boss that I circumvented? Beat it third try. It healed my IRL soul, that's good to know. The jumping guy? Yeah, I beat him third try. I have this... I just... Yeah, see, I have it. Soul Severing Blade. Then there's that other thing. Oh, that's right. I need to give him... I also got the Earth Catalyst, 2 more basic components. You say third try. You seem a bit too surprised. I told both of you that this game was easy. I don't know. Some of the bosses might be harder, but I told you that it wouldn't be nearly as hard. Chuan. How you fought empowered by empowered Freud, but you're never getting there. Rested boss. Alright. I have an art kit for you, Chuan. Take it. Become a successful artist, not like the funny mustache man. Here. This is a calligraphy brush. Stop writing with that crude charcoal. Wow, you write with this? How do I hold it? You're holding it back. Chuan. The fuzzy part goes on the paper. What? How do you hold it backwards? Why isn't my screen blue? Okay, never mind. Remember, the order of your strokes is very important, is it though? The tip is so soft. See, that's what I was saying. Ah, now my words look all crooked. Practice more. It's not easy at first. As a first timer, you're already more talented than I ever was. Who taught you to write? Was it your mom, dad, or your teacher? We had a big tree in our yard, under which was my first classroom. Back then, I had a clingy classmate. Who was your classmate? Pay attention. That's another mistake. Calligraphy demands focus. You mustn't be distracted. Dog, what are you doing? You're getting put under the bed. Alright. Yeah. Hey, Crystal, your foot got stuck in my jacket. How does that even happen? I don't know. Here, see? This way you can be nice and cool. Nice and cool. Ah! I know. What is wrong with me? Chat, am I gay? Yes. Thank you for the pen, you. I just thought of some new ideas. I want to write them down quickly so I don't forget. Are you done with your story yet? I'm already at chapter 102. I'm sorry, what? He was at 63 the last time we saw him? How did he get 40 more? The hero dug out the divine sword from the fields and is now going to the sea to deal with the fish principle. This is definitely a story that somebody would write. Okay, that sounds like a good opportunity to practice. Don't forget to keep your back straight. Your eyes should always be a healthy distance from the paper. These damn kids and their phones, always 2 inches away from their face. Okay. Crystal, I put you in the bed so you could sleep. You are comfy, and now you are not in the bed anymore. Stop it. Oh, Crystal, come on. This dog. Crystal, stop. Must you exist for times at a time? I. What about my job now? Let's talk. Yee! Who's that chubby guy? What's his name? He's Kwaku, an old friend of mine. He's easy to talk to, just an all-round friendly guy. Really? But he keeps ignoring me. Is he shy? Not at all. Just keep pestering him. Given his personality, he'll respond eventually. What do you mean? Oh, so he actually wants to play too? I got it. We're gonna be best friends. Very wholesome John. What he doesn't realize, I'm gonna go around killing the gods he worships. Because I am the only god he should worship. Type level 2. We can also smoke water. Drink that soda boy, Shinji. What? What's my goal? What am I supposed to hit you now? Crystal, can you not close my map? Would you like to be on my lap? Would you like to? No. Class is over. Hi. Hello. Would you like to sit on? Like to sit on my lap? My dog has been a bother. Because they won't eat the food, but is their food. Crystal, the food is yours, not mine. Your food is your food. Go eat your food. But this dog is like, no, I want to have your food. Sorry, Crystal, you found. Yep, that's right. Stop. Stop being like this. Stop. Oh. Shinji, create that soda boy. This dog. Where was I supposed to? Where did I want to go? What is this? There's two something here. Three something here. I don't know what those bags mean. Let's go this way. Come, Shinji. You must beat that soldier boy. You gotta hit a gritty. Hit. Give me the coin. There's no actual fire. Does that just not work? That's the fast one. Goodbye. I'm glad that killing enemies gives you bow shots. What's down there? Is there actually something else here? Oh my lord. Where am I? Pardon me? Am I supposed to be here? Actually, what part of the map is... Oh. It's like my favorite location in Hollow Knight, Deep Nest. I would not know where I'm going at any given time. It's right next to the elevator, alright. Over there. Very fun. I wasted a bow shot. I don't want it to be that. It's a whale and a ship. Never mind. Galactic Dock Notice Board. Attention, don't intrude while warping. Galactic Dock is a space dock built by the Council on New Kunlun. It can accommodate up to 10 Yonbao class ships. These ships can be piloted to nearby planets. Due to their limited range, they cannot handle interstellar travel. This is what's going to happen with NASA in the next decade at some point. Oh, it's another one. I don't know what these are for. I have two now. Oh, upon absorption. Oh, so I just get a free skill point. Ah. I can't do anything with that now. Let's go back. I am stuck. I should be allowed to be here. All things considered, it is a normally accessible location. I didn't do anything special. It's very cool. One, two. So, elevator. Where does this actually lead? Is this the central transport? Where do I want to go? Here? Where am I? Where is this? It's next to, alright. Can I do something here? Boom. One. Oh, this is where the other dude was. One, two, one. Oh my, it ends. I either. Why? I can't, I just. Let me practice on you. There we go. It's always immediately after, but then he never does it. Here's up. Up again, and why did I hit myself? That's... Is that it? That was it. There's the floor below and the one above, so I can figure out a little bit more. Perfection. I hate being patient. It's gonna lead to my downfall eventually. My inability to sit still is not good. Also not bad either. Because that means that you have a need to constantly be doing things. Oh, well I guess I have been here then. Yeah, that's where I got the enhanced fairy. Nothing over this way, so it was up. One. Where am I supposed to go? I can't I don't have a crystal dash. I don't know what to do here. Oh, you have to make one of those objects move. Then is it the same up here? No, it's not. Alright. What? Oh. You're not getting... You're not getting the pepperoni, the salami. No. You have your own food. Go eat your own food. You got your food? Alright. Hey. I must. Okay, Crystal, let's go. Alright, hello, hello, we are back. Yes. I'm sorry for the brief delay, but I had personal problems to attend to, such as feeding dog.png. There are many things that I have to go through. When my mouse does not do what I want it to either. There's so many outputs here. Do I really need them? Who knows? Question cannot be answered. And back to the game. Would that alone be able to... It is. Alright. Dash left, dash right, turn into a square. Ooh, it is a second boss. Oh, I've dealt with you before. Evil. I can't say that. It's such a funny name for a creature, but I can't say it. Large amount. Ooh, advanced component. I'll take it. That's it? That's what led to the elevator? Nothing up top. Little butterfly, help me out. There's nothing else to explore. We've gone and completed this zone. What is next? How do I... Ah! Hey Luigi, how you doing? I still can't read that. It says something about Mystic Nymph Skeleton. I can access this other... No, I went here. Why did it say that there was something wrong? What does it want from me? Can't clear that. Back to the pavilion. Mystic Nymph Skeleton if you encounter an impassable road. What is my current cache looking like? Looking pretty good after I put this component in. We're going to have many materials. Very good. Hive Vial. Increases health restored with the medicine pipe. Do I want the regen? I can go from 0 to full. And then it also depends on what I would like. Because I could use Transmute into Wealth. And then Cloud Piercer S. Or just more shots in general. Where was this? That was your location? Oh. Many rooms. I don't want to go there. Is there an outlined quest? Because I've noticed that I have no idea where I'm supposed to go, I'm just adventuring. Oh, that's what you're here for, huh? Is that not what you're for? What? Alright. I guess I'll accept. What is. Where am I supposed to head to then? Did you enjoy your food? The dog might have enjoyed their food. What do you want? Huh? Looks like I can't clear that. Hey. What are you doing, Crystal? I am not made of food. You just had a full meal. You cannot have more? Weird. Have I cleared out Central Transport? What? What is it? What is it, Crystal? What do you want, huh? What would you like, huh? What would you like? I do not know what you want if you do not tell me what you like. It's not where I'm supposed to be. What? No. Move backwards, Crystal. You just have to go to not go to sleep. Where am I? Make command facility. This is another one of the areas that I don't believe I fully. No, I didn't. I'll have to head up. Hey. Crystal, what do you want? Huh? What do you want? If you would like to, you can sleep. I would recommend you sleep. No. No. What time is it? Currently 8. Which means I've been on for, what, 4 hours now? That is absurd. And I'm dead. No, I wasn't supposed to go down. I can head up normally, alright. What? You want to sit in between my legs? Boom, squishy, squishy. Oh, what is this? Hit me. Hit me again, come on. Nope, not today. You're not gonna fire at me. Perfect. Secondary. I have all of my key charges. I have almost full health. Already went over there. And up. Explosive. Other explosive. Where am I now? Up top? One, two, one shot. Oh, it just blows up. 1, 2, 3, up. There's a very sleepy dog in between my legs. Be gone, wench. That wasn't proper with me, I apologize. This was a very fun location. A very small arena fight, but I enjoyed it. Filter Sneak Crystal. You look at me and it's... What are you trying to do? Ah, that's where they had a very minor crash out. Did I heal? No, I didn't. Just leveled up. I didn't take damage. There's no way to get back up. There isn't. So what, am I stuck? That is it? Alright, then... I don't think there's a reason I come back here. What was... Where else can I head? Over there I am unable. Over here... There is one such place. So green? No. I don't know what any of this means. There's one more spot that I'm also unable to hit to. Looks like if I can... I never go through. Oh. I know where I have to head to now. Where is Shawshank or something? I don't remember his name. I can head back to the pavilion and down. First, skills. What do I want first? Initial damage? No. Skull kick, or increase the internal damage inflicted by a successful Tai Chi kick, or skull kick. I want the swift rides. It's probably going to be best. The background audience, very relaxing. We've squinched out once more. And then... What are you doing? Nothing? He's always somewhere new. Here, I don't believe I had anything to recycle. And then creation means nothing. Can I create another? Mob Quello. I don't think I had a reason to equip any other jade. Modify. I would like another upgrade to my Cloud Piercer. Our first transmute, that way I can actually fire more. I have nothing to talk to you about. Raunchy. What was over here? That was the location of the ships. I head down. Then start moving over. I don't believe I can access this area. But if I head down all the way, I felt very lost for a second. Goes down one to central transport, I believe. Am I missing something? Something else? Something doesn't seem right. Something feels off. Why is there a hitbox on that end? Head down and through. Alright. Alright, not my intention. I love finding the environment more dangerous in the game. Did I ever explore above? Yes, I did. That led to upper part of this. Yeah. Over onto that side, I can't do anything. I do enjoy the game. Like, well, I keep saying this. It's fun. I love parry mechanics. I might try out Sekiro at some point. That Rain has had Executor, whose parries just feel so crispy if you manage to hit them, which I rarely do, but that's besides the point. There's something so fun about parry mechanics. It's just a know you when it comes to really any game. Any fighting game. Parries are counters. There's any timing on that. There's no stuff. I had such a weird dream. I don't know. I don't know if I want to sleep because of the one fact that the dreams that I've been having, I've had. Well, it was such a weird thing. You have to hack. There was something like that in the room above. Which room was that? Here. Nope. There were two boxes. I needed to move them to get a seat. Oh, it was up here.
所以，哼哼，哼。哦，태유。
Alright, I don't know what happened there. It seems that my microphone died. It's very sad to see. I actually cannot believe that happened. Huh. No wonder it was so quiet. I was wondering. Like, is the mic not picking up properly? Oh no, I would never stop talking. You know me. I've been yapping about some of the most random things. I wonder how much of that was just quiet. 10 minutes? That's not bad. I mean, in what, the 4 hours and that I've been live? Nah. Huh. Praise be the soul, and grant our people peace and prosperity. May the soul grant us the power to destroy our enemies. Oh, she's waking up. Does she always look this dead? Oh, here I stopped talking for at least 40. Damn, that sucks. I'm gonna be... Oh man. I've been yapping about the most random things, so if anything, it's a blessing. If you listen carefully, you can still hear their prayers echoing faintly between these walls. I got a dog. The dog was being a problem. Let's see the status on this one. Yes. Crystal, will you forgive me for a moment? I must do other things that include you not sleeping on me. Rah. Oh man, there goes the monitor output. Okay, the monitor is back. Very occasionally will the cable that connects the PC to the monitor will just stop connecting. So it's very fun to see every single time.
Christos, what would you like to do? Would you like to go back to sleep? I would assume you would. You enjoy sleeping. It's all you ever do during the summer. I swear, this dog. I'll have to go back in the... I mean, if I'm being honest, you guys... Nobody missed anything. It was just me wandering around being confused for the past 40 minutes. I hit 4 hours and instantly lost a sense of direction. This is great, though. I love, yep. I just... Man, why does everything have to go so wrong? Hello? Oh no, it still works. Why is it? Crystal, stop trying to steal my salami. Is it so difficult? Can you not steal my salami? I would be quite grateful if you did. Do the thing, yes. I also love how... Crystal, you're not gonna get the salami. I'm not even eating salami. You're not getting salami. If I don't get salami, then you don't get salami. You don't get salami. I don't know what you were hoping for, Crystal. No. Why does it still... Okay. Crystal, stop. You're not getting salami. Ah. What? What is one to do? I have no idea. Hey, Crystal, stop. No, you're not gonna get salami. No. Yes, you can go back to sleep. Would you like to do that? Would you like me to put up my legs to act as a little barrier for you to sleep in? Would you like to lay down and sleep? Be a normal dog and... Oh, yeah. Go, go honk Mimi, Crystal. Oh my god. This dog. I swear. That's because they found their own two hands far more reliable than any contrived gods. Man, it's... I've had no problems up till now. And it's only at, like, way after I'm usually done. A late friend of mine once said something similar. In short, when I came back to my senses, I could no longer hear the music of the Daybreak Tower. Such a pity. I wish you could have seen this place at the height of its splendor. The bells rang with deep, majestic tones as the ancient Kunlun people assembled here to share their food, wine, songs, and praise. It was a breathtaking sight. Songs and wine? Now that sounds a bit more interesting. Are you an alcoholic? Oh, that's right. That reminds me. I've got a little something for you. This ancient music sheet is one of my treasured possessions. The bells used to fill these halls with the same melody. If you manage to find the right instruments in these ruins, you should try playing some of it. Is there a saxophone? I don't think there is. Your appetite for stories seems to be wearing thin. I'll let you be on your way. That doesn't look like anything I can confirm. Another one. It is picking up this time. I don't need this. Entrance to the ruins. Is that it? I could venture further. It blew up. What was that? He's got a shield. Why does he have a shield? Why don't I have a shield? Alright. The money. I have lost. Fun game. 19 out of 10. The dog is back to sleeping. That doesn't work. I think I get that some other way. That looks very familiar, though. Alright. Yep, I'll miss the jump. Hey, that's not... That was not your job. Oh, he's got an enhanced bow. Oh, that's fun. 3 charges. We're doing pretty well. Bridge isn't broken. What the? Oh, you got the same thing. You must be disciples of that young man. Oh, you have to be. That's not what I meant to do. I already did it. Thank you. Dong. It's a big fish monster. Oh. Oh, what? Uh. Now here's the fight part. Yep. Oh, these are its children. See, I think I'm allowed to feel bad here because I'm not protecting democracy. But that's about it. Usually I can't feel bad for the enemies. Okay. Can I just... Yeah. I don't like having to actually do stuff. Lake Yaochi Steel. Dell? West of Yaochi is and towering above is the Daybreak Tower. As an ancient Penglai holy site, Kunlun's Yaochi Lake was once the site of sacrificial ceremonies. Back when soul the primordial roots as the mother and the soul as the father. Prayers within the circular building were said to be able to reach heaven. During summer nights, strangers from ancient Kunlun, yeah, would gather in the tower and celebrate with song and dance, exalting the soul with their lyrics and passing on their soul worship to subsequent generations. It's just what I've been looking for. Story time. Oh, it's right. Nope, it's Hing. How are you doing, dear brother? Is it day or night where you are right now? What does the sky look like out there? I've never left Sha, so I always felt envious whenever you told me about all of those faraway places.
I didn't have many friends my age when I was a kid. The grass, the trees, the sky, and the stars were what kept me company whenever you were away. A lonely child.
看什么进去？
Remember when I first told you about hearing the roots sing? You thought I was hallucinating from being alone all the time.
Kim,
Hang? Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? It's tiny. It's a tiny. It's a tiny Yi. Are you talking to the roots again? How did you know? The weather is great. Tonight is great, so all the branches are singing. They're cute. I love them. It's too bad. I don't know. No, we got the bow because of Hang, which means that she's still alive. She isn't dead. She's probably just like, I don't know, with a soul or something. You just don't know. You just don't know them yet. They can be quite lively. I learned about the celestial bodies in school today. Did you know that light from the stars in the sky are actually from a long, long time ago?
夜莺之风
A star leaves its brilliance behind as it burns itself. That light travels thousands, if not millions of light years to reach us.
What did they say?
I heard a classmate say that the stars may shimmer brightly, but they have already extinguished. All that's left are the last vestiges. Vestiges? No. Yeah. The last vestiges of their final moments. Echoes from the past.
攞住短烏髮，
That's what nourishes the roots. They absorb the remnants of stars, turning it into milk to feed us and supply us with energy. What my teacher doesn't know is that all souls and dreams also end up as the food for the primordial roots. They emit a song as they devour. I hear their deep melody as I fall asleep each night.
小霧一年
They sing about all the stories across this vast expanse. That's how the roots perpetuate the memories of the universe. How they nurture new stories as others come to an end, for all eternity.
唉，
I wouldn't have described the energy conversion process in such a sentimental way. You've a rather active imagination. Isn't it just captivating? All their branches contain stories from the past. There's even souls from...
仔嘈，
Okay, I know. Sounds like a fine poem waiting to be written. But you should still focus on your studies, okay? The primordial root's energy can be explained through scientific principles. I'll let you be my assistant, then you can learn all about it. Do you really think there are souls inside the roots? That thought alone is a bit worrying. Not really. Forget about that. Look, a shooting star! It all looks pixelated. What? You didn't approve. You thought the world ran not on sentiment, but on science and rationality. So I swore to never talk to them again. But the voices never disappeared. I hid under the covers and responded in secret. Calls and responses formed their own meandering melody, its color and aroma changing as it flowed. I don't like the way that sounds. Even now, in these dead streets and deserted alleys, the roots still sing. So please, don't worry about me, dear brother. I am not alone. Not when I have the roots to tell me your story. So every time somebody dies and their soul goes to the roots, do they just... Does Hang hear a scream of agony? Did I... I did not go full circle. Alright. How do I...
Let me access. Oh, interesting. Professional. I can see me. Pick me. Choose me. Love me. Soul Reaper. Any Jinn and experience absorbed by the enemy that killed you can be recovered using a talisman explosion. Which removes the need to actually kill the enemy that killed ye. Ooh, that's pretty good. I don't think I'm gonna need that though, since I don't plan on dying at any point. Oh, I should head back into the other one, shouldn't I? And I'm stuck. I'll go back at some point. It's a good backup? Yeah, I know. I just don't think I'm gonna die at any point. I don't like the dogs. They have a very their attack window is, I find it to be super annoying. Do it. Do it. Basic component. Good enough. I've fought you before. Much stronger you. Kaboom. And I'm through. I'm at solo too. New record, by the way, have you figured out how the internal damage works? I would assume that easiest way that I can think to put it is that there is a mechanic in Elden Ring that's very similar. That's basically like you have passive damage, but if you deal damage or if you just don't take damage for a long enough amount of time, then you heal it back. Or like Ultra Kill in their soft damage. There's a certain window where you can actually deal damage and heal whatever you've taken. Also, nice. It's the first time around. So it works on you. Yeah, that makes sense. The other dude, though, what is it? The ancient cave painting, Fusang, the soul spear. In its sorrow and compassion, it descends, granting us life's vigor. The primordial roots, also known as Fusang, is the oldest plant on our mother planet Penglai. It feeds on light and reaches across all islands and landmasses. You apply some internal damage by slapping people with the talisman and not blowing them up. Or counters? Yeah, I've noticed that. And it deals base damage plus whatever internal you have. I want to build it so that I can just... What I've noticed is that there's the quick recovery, and then there's also the the steel jade. Since prehistoric times, Solarians have been inseparable from the roots. It provides shelter for sleeping and fruit for warmth. On Penglai, civilizations arose where the tree thrived. I love maximizing damage. It's very fun. Soul Reaper, yeah, here it is, Steely Jade. Like, if I can keep from... If I want to be extra offensive, then I can equip that and just start spamming talismans. Get the boss to, like, half internal, and then just blow them up. And I got...
哎呀，คนจัวลิมอี
Pardon me, I have one thing to say. Gumong. What? I walked onto an elevator, and I get trapped. I ain't doing a voice. Do not the dog. Is that a dog? Oh, look who decided to show up after all this time. I'm getting banished to the Shadow Realm. That's a harpy. That's not a dog. Gonna... Did your astounding intelligence lead you into this trap? This is quite eye-opening. I could sense it from afar. No, you couldn't! I walked into that. That's not a... That's a harpy. That's straight up just a harpy. As stubborn as ever, I see. I've got to give it to you. Though, it takes courage to storm into my territory all on your own. And you only just came back from the dead, right? It's not a dog harpy, but still. I would say she's a very nice figure. That is all I'll say. I figured anyone who got another shot at life would know better than to intrude on my farmlands. I don't intend to die in these barren fields.
Oh.
Barren, you say? Then let us fertilize it with some fresh organic remains. We farmers are naturally thrifty. I'm a farmer. I grew up in the farming town. Actually, I want to go back. I remember. Actually, let's get through this. We farmers are naturally thrifty. Nothing goes to waste, not even a skinny little mouse.
You saw?
Rise and shine, my beast. There's work to be done. Is it boss fight time? Fun fact. Ooh, these guys look fun. They got brains exposed. I don't think that's natural. Mama, it's dark. So scared. Jiangxi soldiers. This technology was banned centuries ago. You've gone as far as to modify the ape-men? What's wrong with putting everything to good use? The opportunity to serve me beyond death is a special privilege I bestow. I read the system report the moment I woke up. You apparently made a mess out of the livestock area. I was there when we captured 8 men on the pale blue planet. They're obedient creatures that can be quite cute once tamed. Why? I don't like her. She's slandering the farmer's name. But his pets are his livestock. In the end, they're just tools. Have you begun to think of yourself as one of those beasts, now that you've mingled with them in their cage? Enough. Are you here to lecture me or kill me? I don't like her. Oh. First, first I get trapped in a gay baby jail. And then... What is this? What creatures am I looking at? Oh right, thanks for the reminder. I'd better send you on your way. I've got a field inspection to conduct later today. She sounds angry. Bring him down with all your might, my beasts. I'll reward you with some rice after. Rice is so easy to find. Me when I get hit by the madness debuff. How did your... What happened to a real fight? No, wait, this isn't part of the plan. That's not what I meant when I said I'd bring him down. Yeah. Damn it, this is a complete disaster. You imbecile. What did you expect from them? You brainwashed them and you gave one of them ginormous hands. I genuinely want to know what the thought was. I mean, they looked fun to fight. I remember, my mother told me, it was in preschool. They did not have to do this. I was in preschool. We took a field trip over to the local farmland. And I remember, since there's about all all of the farmland in where I used to live. We were actually allowed to go and like dig up potatoes. I had my red toy shovel, and we went out in the field with the farmer's permission. And he was like, "Here, you can like this is how you dig up a potato." And it was so much fun because I took my little toy shovel and I dug up a bunch of potatoes, and then my mom made them into food. Potatoes are probably one of the most versatile things on the planet too. Free labor, dog. We didn't binding key to form a blade. Intriguing. The theory is simple, but manifesting it will be tricky. Can I just slap stuff? You're not gonna teach me? Oh. Oh, I mean, it's simple enough. Yeah, I assumed that I would be able to keep it charged. This is just like my favorite, my favorite game, Hawk on the mobile device. My body and the blade, bound together by key. This is the final trial. Can this sword penetrate my defensive barrier? I will refrain. You will teach me all of their... I'm a professional. Oh, shoot. I meant to get off at 5 hours, but, I mean... We'll see if there's any stories left at the pavilion. And then we'll move forward before heading back to... Heading over to the left, which I believe had a shield bearer, which I cannot get through. Five hours, 2 bosses beaten, 1 mini-boss. Much story cleared. It's the infection from... Never mind. From hit game Hollow Knight. Soup. It's a bit unfair. You're back. Chiyu. How did you get here? Are you following me? Not in the slightest. It can only be fate. He's like, what's his name? He's Cornifer. Ever since my awakening, I have made this land my home. I sojourned across Kunlun without ever settling down. This is one of my many hiding spots. I did not expect to meet you here. You don't need to hide. The guards here are no match for you. A scholar does not wield this sword lightly. I simply slip away when trouble starts to brew. There is no need for violence. A poetry reciting weapon that won't fight? That's a first. Haha, you flatter me, sir. But that is the reason why I cannot obtain Jin from mechanical corpses like you do. That being said, would you be interested in bartering once more? Feel free to peruse my wares. What do you have this time? Anything new? Nope. I'm so close. 200 more and I can get a computing unit. Huh. You have to be kidding me. Oh, he's got explosives on his back. What is that? That's... very fun. Let me heal real quick. Secrets. aren't to be foretold. It's you again. What are you doing here? Yellow water report. Monitoring yellow water quality. Flow rate normal. Concentration undetected. Okay. A concentrated irrigation formula in New Kunlun. It's comprised of dragon snake excrement, chemicals, and leftover biological waste from the breeding facility. Its high concentration can harm Solarians, necessitating immediate localized excision of it comes in if it comes in contact with the skin. That is disgusting. What do you think you're touching? What nerve? What creature are you? If you want the data, just give me 400 Jin for it. There's no need to destroy me. It's not like I want to keep talking to you. I just don't want to be shut down. Fine, I knew you'd do that. I know I'm not that important to you anyway. It's not like I care. That's crazy. He's dead. The first one? I don't think I talked to him again after. Yeah, no, the first one I just didn't they're dragons. Oh my gosh, does that mean that I'm not gonna get gassed anymore? Yeah, the first one I didn't talk to after... Are you talking about the one over at the pavilion? Because if so... Not the pavilion. Where you find Kufao. If you're talking about him, I don't know what happened to him. I know he exists. He's still there. Can we not? You're so good at this. The one by the pyramid? I have no clue what happened to him. I'm probably gonna pay him, since he was nice to me. This dude just started complaining. So, I thought, you know... What's the point if he's just gonna complain? Only if they're nice will I pay them. Aside from that, I don't feel like being a kind, caring, considerate person. Boy Scouts don't exist in this universe, therefore I don't have to abide by their rules. Oh, there goes, like, all of his health. Unknown seed. Artifact that can be gifted to Schwan Schwan. Can we not give him seeds that could possibly be bombs? Out of every single item that I've seen here, just about everything blows up. I don't feel like giving him a possible bomb. Is that valid or not? I'm so confused. Why? I would think that that's a valid concern. Here, Schwan Schwan, have this! And then it just blows up. Where was our favorite merchant friend? I already forgot his name. Where were you? You were right over here, right? I think you were. Nope. He was farther then. Where were you? I actually have I don't remember where you were. Ah, there we are. Far past. At what point? Oh, I can buy multiple from you. That's good to know. Actually, you know what? Let's not. I need to... What's my cash looking like? 272? I wouldn't like to lose it, but at the same time... You know what? Here's a bomb. I don't want to lose it. I want to head back, because I'd rather save this zone for another... For next show. It'll be fun. It's a bomb. Be gone. And I am unable to get through. I stopped there. I need to find something. Speed tip. I can't air dash yet. If that's what you're referring to, I cannot do that. I would try wave dashing. Unless you're talking about holding sprint. So how it takes less time than your natural recovery time? Over to the pavilion. We're gonna stop here. Short hop, dash hop, dash hop. Yeah, I think I tried that at some point. Oh shoot, that is faster. Maybe not dash hop as it is. I know I definitely did try. Oh, it's because it forces the refresh. Oh, that's right. Sean, I have a gift. I have 2 gifts actually, my bad. Can you read the score? Score? What's that for? It's a way to record music. You see, if we can play these notes, we'll be able to hear a song from ancient times. Oh, so that's what these strange words are. The village elders were the ones who taught us to sing. If we knew about this method, it would have been much easier to learn. Can't read it either, huh? I was looking forward to hearing you play this piece. Maybe I'd be able to pick up something from the notes, given the owner of this score. Ah! We can ask Abacus for help. Have you been talking to Abacus? My lord, this sheet music does not match with anything in the database. However, we do know that this is written in ancient Kunlun notation. Give me a little time and I can convert it into easy-to-read modern notation. If it goes from, like, Chinese to English, then that's about the only change that I think would be possible. Then take a bit more time to teach Xuan how to read music. Yes, my lord. Alright! There's a Solarian flute that is brought from home. Abacus knows where it is. The fingering positions may be different, so you'll have to familiarize yourself with those first. From home? But you don't play the flute. Not important. That's all that I need to get going now. I said that way too fast. Play something for me once you get a hang of it. Yeah. Time to give you a very possibly explosive fruit. Would you like a very possibly explosive fruit? It's gonna grow up good. Unknown seed. Do I want to? Whoa, is that a seed you're holding? Is it for me? That was my original plan, but now that I've brought it back, I'm not so sure. Why? I'll keep it alive this time, I promise. Really? The vegetables in your backyard never seem to last for long. Ugh, you got me there. I don't get it. The seasons always change so frequently. And before I even realize it, my crops always dry up. At least he knows how to farm. He knows how to farm, he's good at carpentry and engineering. He's learning how to read and draw, and then he's gonna learn how to play the flute. This dude knows more than me. Schwanschwan gonna grow up better than I did. I don't mind some dead crops. I just happen to remember that I picked this up from the greenhouse. Come on then, let's plant it. This is such a big place, so why not give it some greenery? I think it would look perfect in the courtyard, personally. Oh, is this how we get to the box up top? Don't just make these decisions on your own. You ain't gonna do anything about it? Yee, what are you gonna do? This is how we get up. That seed is as big as the palm of your hand. I bet it'll grow some really big fruits. I'm not sure. This came from Gomag, so I'm sure she put plenty of effort into it. She always takes it to the extreme. Once, in order to speed up her experimental process, she bred a scorpion to grow 3 times as fast. What? That little monster ended up crawling out of its incubator and swallowed everyone else's subjects. That's why I don't really know what this will grow into. That's great. How do you even... This time, I'll make sure to water it regularly so it'll grow big and healthy. Oh, were you even listening? Fine, but if anything happens, you must get Abacus to contact me. Got it? Got it. If scorpions end up coming out of it, I'll cook them up for you next time. Dog is sleeping and is making my leg fall asleep. That's gonna get me up top. How much cash do I have? I have 500. Wait, so if I salvage the materials, would I have enough? No, I won't, but I'll do it anyways. Do you have anything to say? Nothing new? Alright. Bench. Oh, he pushes off with his hands as well. That's good. That's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you everybody for... Thank you those of you that did come to watch. Luigi, thanks for the... Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Show's over. Crystal has moved away. I think she's realized that I'm going to be getting up soon. Thanks for coming. Let's actually... Should we find somebody that's playing Nine Souls? I think we should. Why is my caps lock on? Let's look for somebody. Ooh. Let's see you. What have you? Let's look at this dude. Welch. Let's send you over to them. They look like they're having fun. They're still at the horse boss, either having currently beaten or still attempting to. That was the wrong key. You can go give them some tips as well. I know you love helping people out. we're gonna send you to somebody. They're currently fighting the horse boss. I hope Dr. Welch. We're gonna be sending the show off to them. It'll be fun. Memento Mori, thank you. Go appreciate Big Horse. Have a great rest of your day and look to the stars.